Hello, hello, dobar dan. Ja radim, šta ću?
Baš sam se pitala.
Da. Možete, molim vas, u pozornici. Could you enter the room, please, because we are about to begin? Could you go to the room because we are about to begin? Hello, everybody. We are about to begin. Dobar dan. Evo, izvolite. Molim vas u prostoriju jer moramo početi. Molim vas u prostoriju, moramo početi. Jesmo. Dobar dan. Hello. Uvijek mi drži otvoreno. Mogu tu sjesti? Aha, ne mogu. Tu ću. Hello, everybody, our dear guests, and welcome to the 11th edition of CIHT conference. One big round of applause for all of you who gathered here and for our organizers. Thank you so much for being here with us in person, but I'm also greeting our online guests as well. So last year, CIHT celebrated its 10th anniversary, and if you were there, and I recognize some faces, who was there the last year when we celebrated the jubilee? Raise your hands, who was there? Yeah, then you know, it was really glamorous and really fun, and it was for a reason. Because the priority of the conference was always stay the same, and that is high-quality standards, high-quality content, debates, panels, and getting together in the same room. Today, we can say that the CIHT conference has become one of the most prestigious international conferences dedicated to health tourism and the most successful health tourism conference in the region. We can really proudly say that. We must add that it is recognized by two ministries of the Republic of Croatia, the Ministry of Tourism and Sports and the Ministry of Health, which from this year are raising its importance to the state level, and thank you for that. We are once again running in a hybrid form. That means that I'm greeting all of you who are here in this room in beautiful Miramare Hotel in Crikvenica, but I'm also greeting our online guests who are watching us online via computers, different platforms, and mobile phones. So, why are we here in Crikvenica today? Crikvenica was one of the first destinations in Croatia where health tourism started to develop back in the 19th century. That means more than 100 years ago. So one of the results of this is this magnificent health tourism conference, which has become a well-known event that gathers some of the world's foremost experts in health, tourism, and business. And that means you are dear guests. This year we are bringing back to the stage some of the most popular CIHT speakers that delighted you in the editions before, that you have chosen to be the ones to join me on stage this year as well. But we are also greeting the newcomers, people who will share this stage with me for the first time. So hello and welcome to Crikvenica. Traditionally, the CIHT conference is the result of a successful cooperation between the Crikvenica Tourist Board and the Kvarner Health Tourism Cluster as the main organizers, and the Special Hospital for Medical Rehabilitation of the Primorje-Gorski Kotar County Thalassotherapia Crikvenica, and the Polyclinic Terme Selce as the co-organizers. The importance of the conference has again been recognized by many. Thank you to our sponsors, Ministry of Tourism and Sport and Ministry of Health, who recognized CIHT, like I previously said, as the most important health tourism conference in the country and in the region. Thank you to our golden partner, and that is Jadran Galenski Laboratory, Silver Partner, Croatian National Tourist Board, and Silver Partner, Croatian Chamber of Economy. Thanks to the rest of our partners, Primorje-Gorski Kotar County, Kvarner Tourist Board, the City of Crikvenica, Ortonova Dental Medical Center, and MCHAM. And now, dear guests, let me take the moment and welcome to the stage, as our first speaker, Mr. Vladimir Mozetic, President of the Kvarner Health Tourism Cluster. Mr. Mozetic, please join me on stage.
Good morning to all. Dobro jutro svima. We're an international conference, so I will leave my English welcome on the end of my speech, but I have something to pronounce in Croatian language. Drago mi je zapravo da ovaj govor ne moram započeti s onim uobičajenim uvaženi uzvanici, dragi gosti. Naime, gledajući prvi red ovdje na otvaranju, vidim sve naše partnere I naše suorganizatori.
Lines of seeds here, where I see all those who have sponsored this conference, and there are so many representatives from the ministries of the Croatian Ministry of Health, City of Crikvenica, the Tourist Board of Crikvenica, of the County of Primorje-Gorski Kotar, all our partners that have supported the conference. Well, this is the way how our conference has achieved one of its goals in the second decade of its existence. It is the 11th conference and we have become internationally visible. And we can be happy with that, happy to achieve one of our goals, which means that we are branded, that health tourism is branded and health industry is one of the most important branches in tourism for our region and for the entire of our country.
Here on our conference, enjoy in presentations, panels, B2B meetings, as well as the after hour, which we'll have in 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mozetic. And now I would like to kindly invite Ms. Marijana Biondic, Director of the Crikvenica Tourist Board, to join me on stage as well.
Thank you, Ida. Thank you all. It is a great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Crikvenica Tourist Board here in Crikvenica for the 11th time. Vlado je počeo na hrvatskom, pa ću ja isto tako nastaviti na hrvatskom. Izuzetno mi je drago što smo po 11. puta ovdje I govorimo o ovako značajnoj temi.
That I have the chance to speak of such an important topic that health tourism is. Health tourism is of utmost importance for the city of Crikvenica. We have started in the 19th century as a health destination, and that is what we're developing today. It is also important due to the fact that our kind of tourism doesn't know any time of tourism when it exists. It goes all year round. Our health guests do not have to come to see us in summer. No, it is even better in autumn, in spring, and even in winter. And that is what we are working on and what we would like to achieve for the entire area. Allow me to say thank you to the Ministry of Health and to the Ministry of Tourism and Sport for their definitely significant support to this conference. Thank you for recognizing us as a national conference, and thank you very much. I believe that together we can do so much more, and that we can continue in the direction to position Croatia on the map of the world as a health and tourist destination. Thank you so much, everybody.
I hope you will enjoy all the interesting topics that we prepared, interesting debates, and everything else that you will see here in Crikvenica, and that you will come to us once more next year on the 12th CIHT conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bjondic. And now I have a privilege to announce Mayor of the town of Crikvenica, Mr. Damir Rukavina. Hello and welcome.
Poštovane dame I gospodo I uzvanici, ja ću odmah na hrvatskom.
Gentlemen, allow me to speak in Croatian right away. I'm so honored to have the chance to welcome you on behalf of the city of Crikvenica in our beautiful city. As we have heard so far, CIHT, this conference is being held for the 11th time in a row in our city. Definitely, this is a great acknowledgement to us when such experts, such respected people knowing the topic come to visit us, because as the previous speaker said, it is a center of health tourism in this region. Why? Well, thanks, first of all, of the climate and the clean sea. And all this has been recognized by so many people. And I believe that we are celebrating now 135 years of tourism in our city, which is definitely based on health tourism. I can also use this opportunity to say thank you to our health institutions as the Terme, Selce, Thalassotherapia, the Kvarner, Polyclinics, which all together are promoting our city, and we're so proud of what they're doing. I would like you to feel good in our city, to lead good debates, and to conclude this conference with excellent conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your support. And now I would like to call Director of the Kvarner Tourist Board, Ms. Irena Perišić-Živadinov, to join me on stage.
Dobar dan svima, lijepi pozdrav. Ja nisam Irena Perišić-Živadinov, ali vas pozdravljam.
See, I'm not Irena Perišić-Živadinov, but I would like to welcome you on her behalf. I'm Nata Vincek, and I'm here on behalf of our Tourist Board Director. The Tourist Board of Kvarner is the proud sponsor of this conference for the 11th time in a row, and this is so important for branding health tourism on Kvarner. How to talk about health tourism when we know that this is the basis of our tourist offer starting from the 19th century? The director Bjondic said that our tourism doesn't know any borderlines in seasonality. Well, we know that because it started already in the 19th century when our first guests came to visit us. And instead of sending to a hospital, they sent them, the medical institutions sent them to visit Opatia, Crikvenica and Lošinj, and to tank some health around here in our beautiful climate, and to improve their breathing problems, their lung diseases as they do today. Especially in the previous years, we've noticed that people are visiting us more and more. And they try to enjoy the health conditions here, good air and peacefulness. Health tourism is one of the most important offer here, and together with all our offers and all our products, with the gastronomy and good weather, they all are very compatible. Let me not forget our other products, which is that you can always have walks in our beautiful nature, and this definitely contributes to health. And there are also a fantastic infrastructure, all in health and medicine, where we send our guests to. Allow me just to say something else. During this conference, you will have the chance to see our new film on the screens. It's called Making and Moving. It has been launched 2 or 3 months ago. Definitely the critics were great, the reactions were good by everybody who has watched it. Please be patient when watching it, because there are so many good images from our health tourism infrastructure. It is a way of promotion, and in every of our promotive films, rather it is advertising or anything else, we're always promoting health tourism, because this is the basis of tourism in this region. Thank you so much for coming. I would like to wish you a great stay, successful conference, and please stay longer. Thank you.
Hvala i oprostite, ja sam se malo zbunila. Tražim Irenu pogledom, a nema je. Okay, our next guest is head of the Administrative Department for Tourism, Entrepreneurship and Rural Development, Primorje Gorski Kotar County, Ms. Alessandra Ban. Welcome.
Good morning, dear honorable guests, dear hosts and dear partners. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to Primorje Gorski Kotar County and to Crikvenica for the 11th edition of Crikvenica International Health Tourism Conference. As a region well known for its unique combination of green and blue, we are happy to host you in one of the most developed and attractive tourist destinations in Croatia. The first edition of this conference was held to mark the 125th anniversary of tourism in Crikvenica. Today, as we are closing to its 140th anniversary, the CIHT conference is growing even stronger, combining medicine, tourism and economy, aimed at introducing us to exciting new trends in the convergence of these sectors. In our fast-paced world, health and wellness have become a top priority for people from all walks of life. This conference is a testament to the fact that these two sectors are now more intertwined than ever. As we all know, the world is changing, and so are the expectations of tourists and patients. We must keep up with the times and cater to the evolving needs and desires of our clients. The local economy also benefits, as tourists and patients not only spend on healthcare services, but also on accommodation, dining, transportation, and local attractions. A thriving medical tourism industry contributes to the growth and development of the region. So let's take this opportunity to learn, to network, and to imagine the boundless possibilities that await. Once again, I wish you all very welcome and a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van. And now it is my pleasure to announce our next speaker, International Cooperation Consultant at the Croatian National Tourist Board, Ms. Olivera Šarić.
Poštovane dame i gospodo, cijenjene kolegice i kolege,
Respected colleagues, honored guests, allow me first of all to welcome you on behalf of the director of the Croatian Tourist Board, Mr. Christian Stanicic, who could not be with you today, but he would like me to welcome you. Thank first of all to the organizers, our hosts, to their exceptional effort they have exposed here. And thank you that using this conference to support the further development of health tourism. And at the same time, you create an additional motive to come back to Crikvenica, which is always beautiful. Crikvenica has been understood as a symbol and as a jewel of Christian tourism, and whose tourist potentials from the aspect of health tourism have been recognized. Even if in 1885 this tourism development has begun, it has positioned itself among the 10 top Croatian destination, with most of the tourists coming to visit Crikvenica. Thanks to beautiful nature and the interest of the local citizens, from a small fishery place, it has become a well-known tourist destination with a very diversified tourist offer. If we would like to go back to the national status, well, it has a status of a diversified and sustainable tourist country with many leading cities in tourism. When talking about health tourism in the Croatian tourist board, it has been recognized as one of the most important tourist products, especially in the context of prolonging the season and supporting tourism at all. It is also a trigger of tourism development in the continental regions. Today, health is in the center of interests of everybody in the world, but also with challenges we're confronted with. And health tourism is one of the most common tourist motives of people who come to visit us, and also one of the fastest growing part of the tourist industry. It is also important for Croatia because we're standing out with our health and medical tourism in this part of Europe, along with all the comparative advantages, along with the strategy of tourism development up to 2033, along with the marketing plan of Croatian tourism. Our experts dealing with tourism are thinking the same, and testimony speaking in favor of that is this conference. The focus of this conference is the excellency, the group offering, and also artificial intelligence and many other very important issues. Allow me to wish successful work and good ideas after this conference, and I wish our tourism to develop further.
Thank you, Ms. Šarić. And now I'd like to invite an expert with a very long title. Directorate for Primary Healthcare, Health Tourism, Medicines and Medical Products, Public Health and Public Healthcare, Ministry of Health of the Republic of Croatia, a long title, a big expertise, Danica Kramarić. Welcome.
Poštovane dame I gospodo, cijenjene kolege.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, honored colleagues, first of all, allow me to say that Mr. Beres is very sorry not to be here with you, but he has other duties in the Parliament to fulfill, so I would just like to greet you on his behalf. I would like to greet you also on my behalf and to say that the Ministry of Health is the sponsor of this conference. It is the 11th conference in a row to be held here in Crikvenica. The world trend of traveling because of health has definitely been an influence in tourism as well, here in Croatia and in the entire world. Having in mind the importance of the comparative advantages of Croatia, which have already been mentioned by the previous speakers, health tourism is a product with a high potential regarding its results. We understand it to be a benefit that we can provide health products, health services on a high level, that we have expert employees, good climate, a long tradition in tourism, and that we are close to our emerging markets. But another advantage is that our country is safe and that our prices are competitive. Croatia has been recognized as a destination for dental medicine, aesthetic surgery medicine, and other services in ophthalmology, in orthopedy, and oncology. Due to these natural health factors in this area, the providers of health services comprise this entire offer, they contribute to that offer, I'm sorry. There is also protection of health and many good other advantages of health. So they're offering, along with everything else, medical wellness and medical programs such as post-COVID rehabilitation. There are also programs of cardiovascular diseases, and there are programs against obesity. Health tourism as a product of added value and develops the destinations along the entire coast, and it provides also chances for development for all year round tourism, which, as we have heard, everybody would like to assist in. Another key importance is that it provides chances for the development of the entire industry, and that is why we have to improve it and to strengthen it with branding. As we know how important this is, that such a branch of tourism has to be recognized, it is important for all those who provide the services in these branches. There is also a need for a detailed programming of this area. That is why at the beginning of this year we have introduced regulation amendments to the protection of this area and have determined the forms of services in health tourism. For example, of the health factors, tourist daycare centers, and the health tourism has become recognizable also through special PR for health tourism, and there is also the right of a protected logo of health tourism. We have protected it, and this is to be applied by all those who contribute to health tourism. Along with all these regulations, we have also passed sub-legal acts that to regulate certain areas. And yesterday we have published them on the e-counseling or e-advisory website, and I may invite all of you to contribute to an improvement in quality of our drafts we have published so far within our working group. Another important thing is that Croatian international guests visiting our area can be safe here. They can be sure that health protection is provided to them and that they will be adequately taken care of. The Ministry of Health every year is providing 20 additional healthcare teams and healthcare spots. And in every spot, 5 teams available, and they are changing in their duties every 24 hours. They are patrolling along all our roads. And recently we have signed another contract for helicopter emergency aid, and we are using also the services of our military and the police. And that is the way how we contribute to safer healthcare. You have also witnessed that we have Marine Emergency Healthcare Center, and in Šibenik we have put into operation the 5th boat with the aim to take care of patients visiting the islands. And until November, we plan to introduce another boat to the public, which will be used around the island of Brač. Having in mind the various organization forms of tourist daycare centers along the coast, we intend to regulate that in a better manner and to decrease the burden our daily medical the doctors of medicine have to cope with during the season, and also to ease in the stress on our hospitals during the summer. The Ministry of Health has taken into account also all these professionals coming together on the CIHT conferences, because we have heard so many good examples coming from best practices. Also, the potential of health tourism has been introduced here for so many times. And those were actually the preconditions to position this conference on a very high national level. The ministry also respects and cherishes the efforts of all the stakeholders here and everybody who participates here, besides with the background of the ministry or any else. Thank you for the support in our efforts in order to develop health tourism to a higher level. Thank you so much, and have a pleasant stay in Crikvenica.
Thank you, Ms. Kramaric. Now, before we proceed to our last speaker, I will kindly ask our international guests who are here who don't speak Croatian, if there's anyone who still don't have this transmitted for translation, please raise your hand and our colleagues will be happy to give you one, because you don't want to miss something. The speeches are really inspirational and full of new experiences and new knowledges. And now I would kindly ask our last speaker to join me on stage. He is Secretary of State, Ministry of Tourism and Sport of Republic of Croatia, Mr. Josip Pavić.
Poštovane dame I gospodo, dragi Vladimire,
Dear Vladimir, dear Mayor, I'm truly glad to be here with you today on behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and Sport as one of the sponsors. No, actually, we're a partner of the organization of this brilliant conference, and congratulations from this point here. Congratulations to a great conference and effortful work you're investing in the development of health tourism in Croatia. Why are we partners and sponsors? Well, because the conference perfectly fits in all the documents and all the strategic development strategies and directives we have pointed out so far. We know that health tourism is a trigger in the development of the all year round and regionally balanced tourism in Croatia, and we're coming closer to that year and year. We're coming closer to an all-round tourism, because health tourism is actually, as I said, the trigger pushing everything forward from the seasonal way of tourism up to an all-year-round tourism. Health tourism and sports can offer improvement not only locally but also to destinations everywhere in the world. But there is a coordination necessary to be a basis of that. You need also qualified employees to implement that and to use this potential completely. And I'm positive that this conference will contribute to that, to work up to these expectations. We as a ministry have done a lot so far, and tourist boards as well. We also have gathered good employees after the pandemic period. But there is a good cooperation between all the stakeholders. That is a basis, and we're working up to a high standard without any obstructions. And all that will lead us to complete our goals. We wouldn't like to leave this just on a piece of paper. No, that is why we have provided 100 million euro from the resilience plan and from operational programs to come. Because investment into infrastructure, well, this is actually a multiplying factor, and it has great influence not only to the regional part of tourism here, but also to the overall GDP, because it is actually an investment into economy, and it provides almost 3% in long term. That is what comes from long-term infrastructure into tourism. Let's go back to the topic, which is our today's conference. The 11th year in a row. It has grown into a national conference, and as I said, I'm so proud to say that we have become partners, not only sponsors, because this conference is well organized and the result has been a good cooperation between all the stakeholders, and it contributes to that we reach all our goals. Thank you so much. Congratulations to good conference. Stay, please, in a part in
Thank you so much,
Crikvenica,
Mr.
and
Pavic.
enjoy the surrounding.
And now is the time to start with this main part of the conference. Before we start with the first part, which will be slightly different from the rest of the program, let me repeat the whole concept of the conference that is very important. Each day is divided into 2 parts. In each part, you will have 4 or 5 speakers who will have their 15 minutes presentations. Dear speakers, please know that you have 15 minutes sharp, and when the time is up, I will have a bell, I will ring the bell, and everything is finished, okay? I don't know exactly where the bell is, but it is somewhere here, and I will find it. So, after all the speakers from one block give their presentation, we will have a panel discussion. All the participants will have the opportunity to ask questions, so please ask questions because that's the best way to take the most of the conference. And this also applies for all of you who are watching us online. You can pose your questions via chat. Moreover, the first coffee break should start around 11 a.m. and the next part is at 11:45. And now, let's start with the first part of today's program, and let me introduce the first speakers of the block called Development and Improvement of Health Tourism in the Republic of Croatia. There will be a talk about planned activities. Activities will be presented by representatives of the Ministry of Tourism and Sports and the Ministry of Health. So let me introduce the first speaker. He's the director of the Directorate for Sustainable Development and Competitiveness of Tourist Destination, an expert specialist in project management, and is currently attending the doctoral study of business economics. Mr. Slavko Štefičar will introduce to us activities of the Ministry of Tourism and Sports on the development and improvement of health tourism. Mr. Štefičar, please, the stage is yours.
Mi smo dogovorili da ćemo držati konferenciju, odnosno da ćemo držati prezentaciju na hrvatskom, tako da ću nastaviti hrvatskom, ali prije nego krenem...
But before I go on, I would like you to give a big round of applause to Vladimir and all the team that has organized this conference, that have put a lot of effort into the organization for us and make it possible for us to be here. And also to wake up together, to be awake. I like to hold long speeches, but I've been limited to 15 minutes, so we shall start. What do we as a ministry do? And before I start with activities, I should say something about trends in health tourism and what is going on at the European and international level, how this part of tourism is developing right now at this moment. We have prepared 2 numbers. One is from the World Tourist Organization, which says that the value of medical tourism is about $50 billion, and that it will grow by 2027 up to $166 billion. European Travel Commission is talking about some different figures, that only in Europe the market for health tourism is 50 million euros, and that it will grow to 362 by 2025. They are also talking about advantages of Europe. And I believe we in Croatia, as part of Europe and Schengen, share with the rest of Europe. And that's that we have highly educated people, good infrastructure, both public and private, and that we have all these advantages that make us special in the health tourism market. What is also characteristic of medical tourism, which can be seen after COVID-19 crisis, it has been proven to be very resilient, this kind of tourism, and that the trends attest to the fact that even after the COVID crisis, we pay even more attention to our health. Regardless of the figures, be it World Tourist Organization or European Tourist Commission, I think this graph is very important because it shows the trend of growth worldwide and in Europe. It's obvious it will continue. Our Thomas research that we've been doing together with Tourist Board and the Institute, we are carrying it out each year. And today you will have the exclusive privilege to hear some of the reasons about the motivation of tourists coming with relation to health reasons, wellness and spa. These are only preliminary results, and the complete results, which I think won't be much different from this, will be published later on, but very soon. What's typical of health tourism in Croatia is that unlike other parts of tourism, most of guests are from Croatia. A large percentage, almost 38%, with regard to health, to reasons for arrival, for wellness. So it's a large number compared to 14%. Or even less in other forms of tourism. What we have already heard today, and which these figures also prove, is the fact that our health tourism is happening outside the main season. So most arrivals, especially wellness and spa, are from September to March, and not as we usually have the peak of the season during the summer months. Also, what makes health tourism different from other forms of tourism is the high consumption, average consumption per capita, per guest. If we are talking about visiting places for health reasons, we see that 38%, almost 40%, the average consumption is higher than compared to other forms of tourism. And what we have repeated all the time is that health tourism has the power of connecting the entire destination, and this can be seen from the fact that the main activity, according to our respondents from this survey, is that they visit rural areas and wineries. And this is what gives us the right to say that health tourism is one of the most important special forms of tourism. In order for health tourism to develop further, we need infrastructure, as we have already heard. And in order to be able to invest into infrastructure, we had to carry out a study on the effects of this investment. Some time ago, we ordered the study from the Institute for Economics to research the effect of investment from our national plan on recovery and resilience, and what we put aside for the public sector, especially for special hospitals. And here you can see what you already heard from the State Secretary. If we speak about the 61 million of investment from our national plan of resilience and recover, its effect in long term is 3% growth of the GDP. But if we see, if we take into account the special hospitals, then this long-term growth would be even 10% of GDP, which is quite a huge number. We are not talking about investment in private sector, which is maybe even more important. And if we now look at all the figures that we have seen in the effects on investment, in the trends, it's clear that both the National Development Strategy of the Republic of Croatia and all the other strategic documents, health tourism is always positioned as one of the most important strategical goals. And if we look at our vision of sustainable development, we will see that health tourism has a direct contribution to achieving and to making this vision come true, which we have adopted together with the Croatian Parliament. If we look at the strategy of sustainable tourism until 2030 and the goals that we set in this strategy, we can see that health tourism contributes to all the targets, to all the goals from this strategy, and mostly, of course, to the target that we have mentioned several times, and this is all year-round tourism. How we want to achieve this according to our strategy? The formula is quite simple, and colleagues from tourist boards have already said this, and also our mayor, when talking about the history of development of tourism in Croatia, we saw that the same thing which is put into our strategy, and this is that we should develop spa rivieras, thermal rivieras on the continent where we have the tradition, and also climatic spa and thalassotherapy on the Adriatic coast. In our national plan for the development of tourism until 2027, we explained in more detail what these lines from the strategy, and to see how we can achieve the thermal riviera and climatic spa on the Adriatic, and that's primarily that in the areas where we already have developed tourism infrastructure, that we should improve quality, that there, especially in the continental parts, where we have to improve the tourist offer of health tourism, then we want to build and improve the existing infrastructure and diversify our products. In order to make the put strategy into practice, we need some financial funds. They come from several sources, as I have already mentioned. In health tourism, from the National Plan for Recovery for special hospitals, we had 61 million euros. 17 projects applied to the call, and their estimated value was almost 2,070 million euros. These are now being evaluated, and I hope that soon we will publish which of these have been assigned the money. Although I believe that through all the other investments by the government of the Republic of Croatia, I think that we will meet all the other needs like operational program of competitiveness and cohesion, which has additional 40 million for public sector, and we also had 90 million euros for small and medium enterprises in the area of tourism. And when speaking about health tourism, we are talking about this special form of tourism. We shouldn't forget also that in Croatia there is special law on stimulating investment, where huge investments can gain some benefits. And we have seen this through special hospitals in private sector, which have been opened recently, which makes us very, very proud. What I would also like to point out is that the ministry for a number of years has been co-financing additional medical assistance teams which are required in tourist destinations, tourist region, where the pressure of tourists during the season is at its highest. In 2008, since 2008, we had 3.3 million euros, and almost half of it is for the period from 2018, with which we financed 527 additional teams with 1.4 million euros. And what I can announce now, there were quite a few requests from your regions, how it will look like in the next year. Thanks to our minister, in the budget, we have almost doubled this amount for additional medical assistance teams, and I hope that in synergy with our colleagues from the health sector, with the ministry, that we will come up with a quality solution which will be good for the local community and for the needs of tourism. And now let's go back to trends. We have the strategical framework, we have the money. So what should we focus on in the next period? Above all, we think that, as I already said, for Thalassotherapia and thermal relievers, standards of quality, certifications, and I think that this conference and cluster of health tourism, Kvarner, will contribute to this, and then so that we can achieve all the targets, all the goals that we set. And of course, without promotion, there is no result. We know that we all know if you have a good product, it's no good if you don't have a good marketing for it. You will not achieve your results. So through our strategy developed by the Croatian National Tourist Board, it has been recognized the need for promoting health tourism with emphasis on quality above all. Let me conclude with what I think is most important. I hope that when this e-savjetovanje that colleagues from Ministry of Health have announced, together with a strategic document, with all the investment, with all the sources of financing, I think that we will have an ecosystem and conditions for further development of health tourism. What all of us need to do now is to standardize our quality, to work on promotion and on organization. And what I mean here, synergy of private and public sector, all of us, all of the stakeholders of us who can contribute to the development of health sector. And the key to success is always a person, individuals. So we must take care that all the physicians, doctors, and all the other staff are there, because without it, investment doesn't have any say. So thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Steficar. That was really interesting. Thank you for bringing us closer to the subject. Now, I would like to invite once again Ms. Kramaric. I won't repeat the long title, but I will just remind you that she's an expert specialist in the organization of healthcare and expert specialist in project management. Ms. Kramaric, welcome.
Hvala lijepa. Nadovezala bi se na kolegu Štefičara koji
I would like to continue where my colleague Mr. Šteficar
održivosti turizma.
listed the strategic
Naš
goals in tourism.
strateški cilj
Well, our
je
strategic
zajednički i
goal
ugrađen je
is a joint
i u naše
one,
reformske mjere.
and it is
I
part
to
of
pod
our
motom
reform
zdravlje je
measures
prvo što
under
se
the
apsolutno
motto
uklapa
health comes
u
first,
cijelu ovu
which
priču.
definitely
Evo
fits
zato
into
jedan
the
naš
entire
baner
story.
ovdje
That
među
is why we
drugim
have
banerima
posted here
koji
one of our
nosi
banners along with the others with that motto, health comes first. My presentation starts right away. Excuse me, please, if you will hear something for the second time, but I think it's good to be reminded that our natural features actually have planned a path in health tourism that happened back in the 19th century. So besides that, we have good natural and geographic preconditions. Croatia has been recognized as a health destination for centuries, also because of education, expertise, and experience. As somebody has already mentioned, I believe that health tourism goes back to the Roman ages, and not only that, even before that, 3,000 years ago, the Lapids knew how healthy the water down there was. Allow me also to remind you that here is Crikvenica, Lovran, the island of Rab, Lošinj, Kraljevica, Dubrovnik, and the island of Kvar. You can see it here on these old postcards, so dating back to the 19th century when health tourism began to flourish. What about today? Well, the trend is to travel because of your health, and that has the greatest influence. And it has become a tradition here. And having in mind the comparative advantages, I said at the very beginning, and this is qualified employees, qualified staff, along with natural beauty and mild climate, a long tradition in tourism, then the proximity to large outbound markets, high level of security, you shall hear that later. In our analysis, we have highlighted it. Croatia has become a recognized destination. Dental medicine, for example, comes first, but there are also other areas we also have mentioned in the introduction. As far as the key elements we've mentioned before, well, let's have a look. What is important when putting together a tourist offer? What comes first is definitely the quality of service, also a personalized approach to every patient, and we intend to achieve that in the public healthcare area, but the private medical area has developed it already. Also competitive prices of health services, and that is very good. It is a good value for money, or best value for money. There are other attractivenesses such innovative technologies, the tourist appeal of a destination, as it already has been mentioned, and natural healing factors. What is also important is to feel safe at a destination. I believe this is important for every visitor when coming to a health tourism destination. What about our capacities, our health resorts, and our tourism capacities, and how are they distributed on the map of Croatia? What I would like to add here is that over 50% of our capacities measured in beds are stationary. There's 4,500 beds, and they're on disposal for health tourism. As far as the entire development is concerned, that is what we do within the ministry. Let's look at this chart, at this table. We have compared here the years 22 and 23 and have a look at the index. It is continuously growing for several years in a row. We are also monitoring how the medical services are being provided, and this table shows how many receives have been issued. 387,000 of bills have been issued, and in a certain way, this is the path we are building towards good health insurance, especially as far as daycare, ambulance centers are concerned. What about our legal framework? Again, regarding the provision of health services. In 2019, we already have passed the Healthcare Act, and that provided basis for certain standards and norms. But as life always is ahead of any legislation act, life has shown that this area needs to be amended. So we supplemented this legal act, this Healthcare Act, and that is what we did. This year in April, we have passed another amending and supplementing law where an entire chapter is divided to health tourism. This hasn't been the case before. Here are the regulations of this act, and 4 regulations will be passed soon. They are on counseling at the moment. There will be norms and standards to provide health services and health tourism, then norms and standards for tourist medical services, daycare services. Then there will be more regulations on the visual design, on the terms and conditions, how to use a logo, and also the content will be regulated and the manner of how to keep health tourism register, how to enter data into this register. As the law amending and supplementing to Healthcare Act is concerned, it well now presents a basis for health tourism within the entire healthcare system. The forms of healthcare services were defined here, starting from medical services, spa services, and medical wellness services, all 3 of them. And in order to make Croatia more recognizable as a destination and the field of natural healing factors, those were regulated, as well as the organization of the health daycare centers. As I already said, there were so many more people using this health protection, especially during summer, during the actual tourist season. This law that amends and supplements the Healthcare Act takes care also of how to enter data into the health tourism registry. That is why we have introduced a law to use our trademark, our logo for healthcare, for health tourism, and this all in line with the branding regulations. As far as the already mentioned regulations and rule books, yesterday on e-consultation it has been already published, and I already have invited you. Please contribute to that and join our e-consultation platform help us to regulate the norms and standards and to implement them for healthcare. Just briefly, something about the drafts of our rule books or the regulations. There are certain normatives, norms and standards, and it says what they are for medical services, for spa services, and for medical wellness services. Then it also defines a procedure for testing and determining the healing properties of these natural healing factors. It also defines who will be the legal persons to determine the healing property of natural healing factors, and also tells us which special hospitals, how they can become special hospitals: thermal spa, palliative spa, thalassotherapy spa, climate spa, or naphthol spa. The approval to the procedure for medical wellness programs. As far as this daycare center, they need to be medically equipped, and it is similar to daily medical centers for general medicine or for general doctors, but it can also be placed into a mobile place, to a into a trailer, for example. So if somebody has already opened a medical practice, this practice could not work during the time when there were no tourists, but it had to change. During the summer it was there for tourists, and during winter for others, in order to keep this all-round operation intact. But there is another role important, which is the role of the local community and of the county, and they are supposed to help to define these locations, whether they be mobile or permanent in buildings. But they will definitely help to open such medical daycare centers for the moment in healthcare centers. But they all can be connected to a central system, so that our patients who have VO cards, or our guests from Croatia, whenever they are somewhere out of the place where they reside, they can get healthcare anywhere. They can get also a recipe, or they can be forwarded to a specialist doctor. As far as the regulations of how to keep a register, this has also been regulated. You will see that later. In this register, all the health care institutions have to be entered here, also private centers and employees, and there's tourist healthcare centers which will have a permission of the ministry, of course, if they meet all the norms and standards, and then any other entity can be registered, and they'll be registered with the name of the entity, with a place and the location, all the activities they provide, and then their web address, email address, date of registration, and their contact. We thought about the forms, what they will look like, and that is how it would look like. This is of course everything online. You put in the area where you are interested in. So this is for the clients. For example, you're looking for a venerologist or dermatologist, and whenever I click on that, another window with all the institutions will open, and all the possible institutions will be listed. All the institutions that provide such services in tourism. And after you choose, for example, Thalassotherapia Crikvenica, there will be another window popping up with their web address, and with a click to that home page, this opens with all the data you as a patient need to choose the service you are looking for. And along with that, also the GPS coordinates will be shown to the online visitor so that he can easily find it. Here is the regulation how to use our trademark logo. It is a visual design, and the health tourism trade mark promotes cruises health tourism, and here will be the standard written to show everybody how to use it. After everything we've heard so far, along with our strategic goals, this definitely is a means to promote health tourism, and health tourism should be visually identified with all the service providers in health tourism. And this is a way of how to create a health tourism brand. Our intention is to make it recognizable in Croatia, to make it also medical recognizable as a profession. We also wanted to keep it simple. We wanted to make it modern, more optimistic. It shouldn't be associated with a hospital, and it should be easily to apply. And here are some of our proposals. And this is what it looks like. Here's the Croatian and the English version, or there is another proposal, this here. Then, for example, where we could use that on T-shirts, on mugs, on water bottles, key holders, books, envelopes. Here are. And then we found this logo to be the best, and this is what it would look like on our table in front of an institution. And as the application is already there, we already use it for our dear guests, so we can also imagine that it could look like that, and we could connect both to have one application as a whole with a link to the health tourism area. And now, ladies and gentlemen, something I've already mentioned, and that is the safety of our tourists, of our guests. We would like them to feel safe here. As I said in my introduction, every year during our tourist season, we are providing teams and money to take care of our guests. And from here, I would like to say thank you also to other ministries who help us to make our guests feel safe and to help them in any situation where urgent or medical aid has to be provided. So this is the military, the Ministry of Defense, and then we have also the police helping us, and we have a boat for emergency care for our tourists. But there are so many activities we need to implement, starting from the organization of the system, organization of work, then the support, IT support, because we need to be connected to the CIHT system. And what I already have mentioned also, we provide small supports, we, the ministry, to stimulate the organization of tourist day medical service centers, and at the moment they are located in healthcare centers. And for foreign tourists coming from the EU who have the European Health and Insurance Card, and for Croatian guests under the Croatian Insurance Fund. Tourist boards, local tourist boards, all boards participating here, the cities and other communities. I would like to show you also this slide, how we intend to invite our institutions and all the stakeholders providing medical care in tourism, how we send them incentives to register themselves, and we believe that will be a benefit to them as well. Here is a catalogue, ladies and gentlemen, a catalogue of special services provided by our special medical centres, and all that is again listed on the homepage of the ministry. And here are also data on this slide of medical wellness and how you can approach that. There is a catalogue of health tourism and investment projects in health tourism, and this here is a board already have shown with the branding and promotion of health tourism. It is protected, and something we plan for 2024. We would like to introduce that in 2024 to brand health tourism as a trademark and to promote our written and online materials to support that trademark. As far as the register is concerned, we plan to introduce the register in 2024. It would be an application. At the beginning, we would enter everything we already have registered, and it should be accessible to everybody, to all the stakeholders, as I already have shown before. As far as 2024 is concerned, we will highlight health tourism and introduce the healing property of natural healing factors, highlight them, and we shall designate special hospitals of health results. Either they're thermal, palliate, thalassotherapy, spas, climatic, or naphthalene, as I have mentioned. And for the end, ladies and gentlemen, to be healthy and up to good condition, well, that is to remain in shape and feeling well, that is an imperative. And it is essential for feeling satisfied and be successful. But we have to add that along with this personal good feeling, this is definitely important to sustainable economic environment. That is why we would like Croatia to position on the tourism market as a unique destination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kramaric. That was really inspiring. And now we reach the end of the first part of the program. We'll make a break. We'll have a break until 11:45, and then we will come back with very interesting topics such as forest therapy, non-communicable diseases, and panchakarma. See you all soon. Before you leave, please come back to the stage. Everybody go back to the stage, the speakers, the audience, everybody, because we want to make a photo shooting, small photo shooting. Svi molim vas na stage, bez obzira da li ste speakeri ili ste samo gosti, jer bi vas htjeli slikati. Neki od nas će nas morati sada napustiti, pa bi volili da imamo tu fotografiju. Hvala vam puno i onda idemo na pauzu do 11:45. Please, everybody on stage, all the guest speakers, audience, lecturers, panelists, join me here. On the stage, because the photographer will be here, under the stage. Povedite slobodno, da. Izvolite, svi. Our foreign guests as well, everybody who is here. In 3 rows. And put a big smile on. Aha. Onda vas ne vidim da vas mogu pogoniti. Di da vam dođe? Evo tu pored Marijane. We can fit on the stage without problem. Just a little bit of squeezing. Now when we're all together, then we see how many people actually there are. Oće, slomit ćemo se. Everybody squeeze, huh? And say, CIHT! CIHT!
Am I speaking with the location manager?
You are.
Do you have a moment?
Sure. I'm in my office.
So am I. Nobody likes them.
Yeah, they're all the same.
We're shooting an adventure movie. We're looking for an untouched paradise. We need sea, but it has to be crystal clear. We want marvelous sandy or pebble beaches, preferably both. Breathtaking horizons and mountain peaks. Fairy tale-like lakes, wild forests, rivers, waterfalls, gorges. We need magic. Can you do it?
Yeah, I've already got something.
And the rest?
Buongiorno, is this location manager?
On a high level.
Fantastico. Allora, we are shooting a family movie and we need a location. Oh, sorry, is this a good moment?
Perfect.
We are looking for a scent of history and culture. Castles, old towns, old buildings, theaters.
So we are filming this road movie and we are in a search of beautiful landscapes.
Hallo, hallo. Wir machen einen Mystery-Film und wir brauchen etwas enigmatisch oder so intrigant.
Come on, man. We need action. We need those locations.
Hello.
Hello, dear. It's me again. This time we want to shoot some kind of romantic comedy.
Of course.
And we have the most famous actresses and
Draga,
actors.
ako ti nije problem.
Što želiš da slikam?
Što god hoćeš.
When plastic decomposes, it releases compounds like benzene and phenol, creating microplastic particles that promote bacterial biofilm formation. That's why Aquamaris products have never contained microplastics. But they do contain magnesium, calcium, potassium, and bicarbonate. Important elements that make them safe and efficient against common nasal issues. What you see is what you get with Aquamaris, the first and only microplastic-free brand. Aquamaris, no microplastics, no worries.
When you come to Croatia, you have to refresh your mind by the pool.
And heal your body in our thermal spas.
You have to enjoy a massage by the sea.
And regain your smile in any of our dental clinics.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to swim here.
Relax there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of well-being, full of life.
If microplastics were this big, would they bother us? Even the tiniest microplastic particles are harmful to our health, which is why Aquamaris has never contained any. Flush out bacteria and viruses safely and effectively. Aquamaris. No microplastics, no worries.
Ovo je Farma Dolina. Kompleks koji dominira vizurom ulaska u grad Rijeku i mjesto gdje zaposlenici JGL-a stvaraju visoko kvalitetne farmaceutske proizvode i stvaraju našu priču. A naša priča je počela 1991. godine. Od tada smo razvojem novih proizvoda i osvajanjem novih tržišta postigli transformaciju iz malog lokalnog laboratorija u snažnog i brzorastućeg igrača na internacionalnom tržištu farmaceutike. Zasluge za ovakav streloviti rast idu zaposlenicima JGL-a, koji se nalaze i izvan granica Hrvatske. 10 zemalja, ali jedan tim. Oni su strastveni, inovativni, stručni, ambiciozni, angažirani, posvećeni poslu i željni postizanja novih vrhunaca u farmaceutskoj industriji. Stvaraju u okruženju u kojem timski rad nije slovo na papiru, u kojem se cijene i grade dobre ideje, a cijeni se i hrabrost potrebna za njihovo pokretanje. Njegujemo okolinu u kojoj zaposlenici mogu postići ravnotežu između poslovnog i privatnog, u kojoj osoba nije kotačić, nego čini razliku i vidi plod svojega rada. Svaki put do vrha počinje u dolini, a naš počinje u ovoj. Mjestu gdje se vrhunska sterilna proizvodnja susreće sa znatiželjnim i kreativnim duhom, a spoj znanosti, naprednih tehnologija i poduzetničkog duha stvara kvalitetu koja se prepoznaje. JGL. Vrhunska farmaceutika kreće iz Farma Doline.
Dear guests, welcome back. I hope you had a nice time during the coffee break, that you got something to eat, something to drink, that you got some new friends, new experiences, communications, and everything. But now it's time to move on. This year, we are really, really lucky and privileged to have very special guests. They are from All India Institute of Ayurveda from India. So before we start, I'll kindly invite Mr. Raj Kumar Shrivastava, I hope I pronounced it right, Ambassador of India to Croatia, to greet us briefly. Mr. Shrivastava, please join me on stage.
Dobar dan.
good morning and namaskar. It's a pleasure to be here in this important annual conference on health and tourism. We have a cooperation going on with Kvarner cluster since last 2 years because on 6th of October 2021, my dear friend Vladimir Mozetic signed the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with the All India Institute of Ayurveda. When that time we organized a international yoga and Ayurveda conference in Zagreb, and then the delegation came here to sign that agreement, recognizing the potential of this cooperation because this particular region already has that awareness about importance of health in tourism. So that's the reason I'm very happy that we are participating 2 years down the line with 2 members from All India Institute of Ayurveda and Ayush Ministry from India participating in this conference. And I am, of course, living in Croatia for the last 3 years, so I understand the importance of tourism and also this awareness about how to live the life in the moment in Croatia. The tagline of Croatia is full of life, and tagline of Kvarner is diversity is beautiful. And I just wanted to highlight that when you talk about India and Croatia, these are the things which combine us. Because I always say that what is the strength of India today is its democracy, on which we have convergence with Croatia, demography, where we have complementarity. When I came 3 years back, we had 250 Indians living in Croatia. Today it is 11,000. So you can understand there is a complementarity in demography. And the last thing, diversity. There is huge amount of scope for cooperation in our diversity or knowledge about diversity, that's the way universe is expanding. Diversity is natural. Anything against diversity is unnatural, and that recognition is very important. So Kvarner cluster, with this 4 climatic zone in very near proximity, the mountain, the sea, the island, and the peninsula, that tells you that you have that recognition given by the nature of diversity here. And that amount of diversity in terms of what are the natural solutions available for health in tourism is also important to be imbibed here in this region. And that's why Ayurveda and yoga is an important element that we want to bring to this cluster more than what is already there. So let me talk a bit about the concept of Ayurveda and yoga, just from the basics, because the presentation will be done by the experts who have spent a lot of time in their life as the expert and the doctors of Ayurveda, but I will just give you, going back to the basics, because it is important sometime to understand the life as it is, rather than getting engaged into numbers too much. So what are we made of? What is the objective of human life? We all agree the objective of human life is self-realization. And what do I mean by that? It means that understanding what we are made of. 70,000 years back, when the first cell came to this planet from where all human beings evolved, we have taken diverse routes, all of us, but we all started from the same beginning. In this journey of 70,000 years of genetic code, we have developed so much of memory inside us. In order to distinguish what we are made of, we have to believe in our 6th sense beyond the 5 senses. What are these 5 senses? So you have the sight, which is for fire. The element of fire is for the sight. You have the touch, that is for air. You have the hearing, that is for space. You have the smell, that is for earth, and you have taste for water. 5 senses, 5 elements. All of us are made of 5 elements. Now, if we understand the balance of those 5 elements, we understand a healthy human being. That is Ayurveda. So Ayurveda divides body compositions into 3 types: Vata body, Pitta body, and Kapha body. Vata means a combination of air and space. Pitta means a combination of fire and water. And Kapha means earth and water. What does it mean? We see in our life all around us the 3 common ailments when we talk about tourism and health, three common ailments for which people come for treatment. Anxiety, that is connected to vata. Metabolism, that is connected to pitta. And the lifestyle problems, which is basically lethargy or stamina, that is connected to kapha. So if suppose you have a tourism offer in Kvarner, in your resorts, that a family gets in and an expert touches the pulse and tells you, this is the imbalance you have, next 1 week you should have this regime while you are enjoying your tourism. You can provide an offer which is experiential tourism, living the life as it is based on the composition that you are carrying. And this is very important. I see that you have many projects submitted to the Health Ministry and Tourism Ministry, but some of these projects which connects to the human beings in terms of how do you offer your products so that people go back after 7 days saying, I am rejuvenated. And that is the tourism that India is today offering. When you go to Kerala for 7 days from an IT hub in Silicon Valley in California, they come back saying that I'm ready for another 1 year of long journey because that 1 week in Kerala was really rejuvenating because you get back to the basics. And that is very important. That's my colleagues from India will explain to you what we are trying to achieve. Ayurveda is a science of life, simple translation, but it is a very old tradition. So it is a tradition of human knowledge carried first verbally and then codified in Charak Samhita, which is more than 5,000 years old, but 3,000 years back, it is now codified in writing terms. And nothing has changed. It is the same process that we follow. And I can tell you with guarantee, in 10 years' time, India's healthcare expenditure will be 50% lesser than today because we are moving away from the traditional, from the medicine system, which is unnatural, to the natural system, which is Ayurveda and yoga, where you can remain healthy and you focus more on healthcare than sick care. And that combination in tourism is very important because tourism is about experiencing yourself, not the destination that you are going. When you visit a place, if that place can make you feel yourself, that is the tourism that people want to do, especially after COVID-19. And this is called experiential tourism. When you look at, for example, my 3 best friends in Croatia, all from Split, they go to India almost regularly. One of them is football player Igor Stimac, the coach of Indian football team. Goran Karan, the very famous guitar player and the singer. And the third one, Stipe Bozic, the alpinist who has mastered all the 7 peaks of the world, including Mount Everest. All 3 of them say one thing common about India. When they visit India, they don't discover India, they discover themselves. I think that should be the focus of tourism offer. Can you provide an offer where the people who are coming to your country, they actually discover themselves than your country? Your country is a byproduct in the process, but you will discover yourself. And that focus will bring you more tourists connecting with health and tourism, this duality. So I would stop there, but my point was this, that we need to sometime when we do the policy framing, we should look at next 10 years where we want to head. We just want to increase GDP-focused growth model, or we have to shift to human-centric growth model, where the human person inside that design of policy is the focus. If we can do that, I think the results will come very naturally. Another point that we have to talk about in today's world is artificial intelligence. I hear a lot of fear factor that artificial intelligence will take over the humanity. In India, we are absolutely not concerned about it because artificial intelligence is nothing but a tool in our hand. It's a tool for too much of data to be put in a storage place and provide algorithm to analyze it so that you can do the same thing which a human brain would do. You can do it in a clerical way faster. Same thing can be applied to health and tourism cluster in terms of what you can do with the health record, anonymize the data so that privacy concerns are taken care of, and then you come out with the data that, okay, this was the placebo, and this was the medicine which actually helped. We know what happened in COVID-19. There were so many placebos around, and there were few which were actually helping the patients. So this is important to understand. All the technology that you see around you can be used only if we have human-centric approach and not GDP-centric approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. That was really, really inspiring, especially the sentence, diversity is natural and everything against diversity is unnatural. I really loved it. It's a beautiful thought, and I'm sure that people from CIHT also respect that thought as well. Okay, now is the time for our panelists, so I will introduce them. Our first panelist is Associate Professor Alexander Ratz. He's a physician specializing in health ecology, currently engaged in 3 scientific fields: biomedicine, health and social sciences, and economics. His main focus of scientific interest are global public health, health ecology, and environmental ethics, the application of KAM methods and techniques in medicine, and health and wellness tourism. He will explain the possibility of applying forest therapy as an integral part of public health prevention. One big round of applause for Mr. Alexander Ratz.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to say hello to Your Excellency, and then to all the distinguished guests who are here to follow up our free lessons that we are going to give this morning. First of all, I was really surprised when I saw the program and I saw that I am together with 2 distinguished professors from India speaking about Ayurveda, and I was really thinking what I have to do in this section. Maybe just because I know the Excellency, the Ambassador, from some other stories from Roma society, because I'm a member of Roma minority in Croatia, and the Roma has the origins from India 2,000 years ago. So I said, maybe this is it. I'm also somehow from India, but it is not. The Ambassador already said what it is about. It is about 5 cents. It is about going back to our basis, to our origins. So let me take you by the hand and go with us, go all together to the woods to see where we can find ourselves, where we can find where we really belong to. So to start, I would like to show you what is Shinrin-yoku, what is the Japanese word that is very hardly to translate, but we have translated it as forest bath. Immersing into the forest. It consists of 3 characters. The first character here is forest. That means free tree that makes together the forest. The second one is togetherness, showing that the human and the nature are supposed to be together. And the third one is something like a house or like a home, or we can say in our Western way that it is a bath. So making all together, we come to Shinrin-yoku, what is a term that was coined 40 years ago by, at that time, director of a Japanese forest agency, who coined the term to describe the activity of spending time in a forest, and it called him Shinrin-yoku. When it has been translated into English in the first published paper published by Dr. Ching Li, he translated it in English with the forest bathing. So we have taken this as a verb that we are using in scientific academic literature, writing about the health effects of Shinrin-yoku. His idea was to encourage people to visit forest for their health-based, because at that time they didn't have anything but intuition idea that going back to the beautiful green Japanese forest can make some beneficial effect. The other idea, as he was director of forest agency, was to bring people back to nature, and if we bring them back to forest, then a presumption was the people will respect forest and trees more than just as a source of making profit. Japanese practice of immersing yourself into nature has been developed into different forest therapy paths or bases that has now covered all the Japan, and at the entrance of all of that forest therapy roads or forest therapy wood, There is a plate that is proved by the Japanese society that there are certain and proved health benefits for those who are visiting those woods and those bases. From forest bathing, we came to forest therapy. Forest therapy is said that it is defined as a proven Shinrin-yoku effect. And forest medicine, what is the third line, is evidence-based preventive medicine that studies the effect of forest environment on human health. It is a new interdisciplinary science belonging to the category of alternative complementary medicine, environmental medicine, and preventive medicine. It is also common in India to have forest bathing, so I have found on the website that there is very respectful organization, Forest Therapy India, who are organizing this healing and mindfulness walking as a forest bathing all around the India. 2 days ago I came from Japan, where I have finished my specialization in forest therapy, and at this moment, and I hope it will not be for a long time, I'm the only doctor in Croatia who has finished this specialization organized by International Society of Nature and Forest Medicine, and upon the medical school at the University of Tokyo. So I'm supposed to spread this idea of benefits of forest bathing here in Croatia and in this region. So this was the ceremony, but it's not important. What is important is that the nature is not a place to visit. For us, it is a home. Shinrin-yoku has, but it is not completely attached to the religion that is one of religions in Japan, what is Shinto religion. And when they are going to forest, they think they are going back to the spirits who are living all around them in nature. So there are spirits who are living in trees, but there are also spirits living in rocks, in wood, in wind, in water. And they usually meet sacred spirits who are called kami when they are coming to nature, to Japanese woods. The holy woods that are there very important is Katsura, is Hiba, and Sugi. In Croatian you have the translation. This is cedar, and they are so beautiful trees when they go to immerse into them. There is also the entrance gate. This is story what is a gateway connected with the religion of Shinto. But when you are going into the woods, you can always improvise, and you can always find your own tori that will bring you back to the peace and harmony of the wood, what you are looking for when you are going inside. You also have to clean yourself from all those stress that we are living with, and to come completely prepared coming to the woods. At this moment you have 65 forest therapy bases all around the Tokyo, on all islands, especially, and also on Okinawa Island, one of them, and it is about 5 senses, but as Excellency has already told what those 5 senses are, I will just go through it. It's sight, it's smell, it's sound, it's touch, and it is taste. All together you have to experience if you want to get the whole forest bath or Shinrin-yoku experience. But as basically I'm a doctor, specialist in preventive medicine, I have been looking from those Western shoes and evidence-based medicine articles to see what it really brings as a health benefit. And now after 40 years, after 10 years of very intensive investigation made especially by Dr. Ching Li and his team at the Medical School of Tokyo, it has been published, and I can say that behind this review article there are at least 200 really important and serious scientific papers showing that forest therapy can bring you measurable increase of human natural killer cells as in the numbers and in the activity. It can reduce in the blood pressure, in heart rate, reduce of the stress hormones such as urinary adrenaline or noradrenaline. It can also reduce salivary or serum cortisol. We had also seen the increase in activity of parasympathetic nerves and reduce the activity of sympathetic nerves and stabilization and the balance within the autonomic nervous system. It improves sleep. It increases the level of serum adiponectin. And on the various tests of mood and psychological well-being, you could find also that there is a reduce of anxiety, depression, anger, fatigue, and the increase of score for vigor, what is showing the preventive effect on depression. It has also been used in rehabilitation medicine, and new papers are showing that it had preventive effect during the COVID pandemic. In each wood, you could find those informed tables showing that what has been measured in that particular wood and what have been the results. You always have the control group and you have the therapeutic group, and you see that the results are always much better on the side of therapeutic group that has done forest therapy. We can also say that in the forest there are hundreds of thousands of trees, but two leaves are not alike and no two journeys along the same path are alike. So the Croatia has to do their own path, and we have a lot of potential to develop forest therapy, because as you can see here, Croatia is covered with wood, and as it is said, the Croatia is full of life. We can also say Croatia is full of forests. Just some pictures from Croatian forests. What we can know is that forests are the most widespread terrestrial ecosystem in Croatia, and it covers about half of Croatian territory with more than 100 forest plant communities. If we calculate together with sea surface, then we come to about 1/3 of forest and forest land that is covering total area of Croatia, or if we go without sea surface, then it is, as you can see, almost half of Croatia is covered with forests. What we could be very proud of is that only 50% are productive forests, but what is most important for us is that another 50% are protective forests and the forests for special purposes. To do forest therapy is very important when you have state-owned forests, because state will allow you to organize forest therapy tour, what is very difficult when you want to organize this in a privately owned forests. And also because of our law on forests, we can say that every year we are incrementing the complete number of cubic meters of wood in Croatia when you put what has been grown and what has been destroyed. So we are always on plus, small but plus. So what have we done up to now? Medvednica is mountain close to Zagreb, and it is supposed to be the first forest therapy mountain in Croatia, because we have the historical roots. Most of you already know that 100 years ago there was a hospital as a sanatorium for tuberculosis patients, and it was not just there because of the love of Dežman, who was doctor at that time, and his love was Ljerka Šram, who was an actress who got tuberculosis, and he built the sanatorium for her to try to recover her, what she didn't do, but anyway, that hospital has been hospital for recovery of pulmonary disease for next 60 years. Now, unfortunately, it looks like this, it is ruined. So Forest Power NGO that I'm a member of, has organized the first Croatian Congress of Forest Therapy last year at Sljeme. We have tried to do something on island of Loshin, what is Health Forest Resort from 1892, and we have organized workshops there with a group that has been educated to be forest therapy practitioners, and those people, most of them are coming from tourist sector, and now they are leading the groups. This is final forest therapy. And finally, I would like to say that when we come to the forest, the most important thing is that you have to take back from the forest is respecting a tree. Forest Shinrin-yoku is not about hugging a tree, but it is part of it because you have to touch it. But this is girl from Thailand. This is me. We do the same ritual, how much we are diverse and how much we come from the different cultures. Next, what we have done was the second Croatian Congress on Forest Therapy that has already been finished in September in Kunga, at Krka, and where we have unified the leading professors in that field, especially for Professor Ching Lee and Professor Won Shop Shin, who is leading expert in Korea. And to conclude, Radoboy municipality became the first Croatian continental destination for forest bathing because they have recognized the potential of forest bathing. We have certified the first therapeutic path in wood close to Radoboy, and we have the complete support from the mayor of that town, who has not only seen that they can use forest therapy as a part of forest therapy tourism, what they have included in already distinguished, already developed complete tourist package, what includes the house of Strukli, the house of wine, the history of wine that is very, very old. So we think that the example of Radoboy is a model that should be or could be followed by the other touristic destination in Croatia. So this is what I would like to share with you, and thank you for your attention. I hope I was in time.
Thank you so much, Professor Ratz. That was really interesting. We hear more about that in our panel discussion. And now is the time to introduce our next panelist. He's Professor Dr. Anandaraman Sharma. He's an Ayurveda physician renowned for his contributions to the practice, research, and promotion of traditional Indian medicine. He holds the position of medical superintendent and head of the Department of Panchakarma at the prestigious All India Institute of Ayurveda, an autonomous organization under the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. In the presentation, we will hear how Ayurveda is relevant in treating skin disease and what is its holistic approach to the healthcare. Mr. Anandaraman Sharma, here you are. The stage is yours.
Know how to go back? Namaste to all. So myself, Dr. Anantaram Sharma from All India Institute of Ayurveda. I stand in front of you representing the oldest codified health tradition, that is Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is a science of life which offers how to lead a healthy life and what are the things we need to adopt to achieve the healthy life. And what is the goal of achieving the healthy life? As His Excellency Rajkumar sir, Ambassador Rajkumar sir already mentioned, what should be the goal of living in this world? To understand one's own existence. So that is the importance of Ayurveda, the teachings of Ayurveda. So today I am going to present in front of you regarding some of the case reports, because a pictorial case reports, so that I can showcase the strength of Panchakarma, a specialized therapy which is mentioned in Ayurveda. So coming to the basics of Ayurveda, Ayurveda is not a medical science, precisely, because Ayurveda is more than that. It is the science of life. Ayurveda teaches how to lead a healthy life. So we can say Ayurveda is life engineering. So Ayurveda, by the teachings of Ayurveda, one can restructure his own life, replan his own life to lead a healthy life. So this is our institute located at the capital of India, New Delhi, All India Institute of Ayurveda. And the second picture is our second institute, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Goa. And both are inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. These are some of the basic Ayush infrastructure. So we have around 3,800 hospitals and around 29,000 dispensaries and around 71 registered medical practitioners in India. And Ayush is a acronym where Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, Sogarikpa. There are different traditional healthcare systems are incorporated in that. I'll skip this. Some of the major initiatives taken by the Ministry of Ayush is integrative health centers and Ayush wellness centers and Ayushman Bharat, Ayush in Defense, startups, incubation center, etc. So coming to my topic, that is the skin care or the treatment of this various skin disorders with the help of Ayurveda Panchakarma. So I am going to show some of the photographs which will be with the consent of the patients only. So this is the certificate of conflict of interest. So when you hear the word Ayurveda or Panchakarma, generally there is a notion that it is something externally, the application of oil or simple massage kind of thing. But Panchakarma can offer more than the simple massage, like it is mainly the purification of the body, the bio-cleansing methods. There are 5 bio-cleansing methods which need to be incorporated to cleanse one's own body. So there are mainly 5 Panchakarma procedures. One is the therapeutic vomiting, the second one is the therapeutic purgation, and third one is the nasal medications, and fourth one is the 2 types of enema therapies. So all these 5 bio-cleansing procedures are called Panchakarma therapy. So these are some of the case reports which got cured with the help of Panchakarma therapy in a very short span of time, so that you can visualize. This is a case of Gette's plaque psoriasis, severe chronic plaque psoriasis, and the patient was a pilot trainee and he underwent therapy. He was at the US and he underwent therapy there for a local skin eruption, and the doctor identified that it is some tick bite, and later he took some antibiotics and it subsided, and after 2 months again relapse was there, and again he visited, then he referred him to some dermatologist and he was diagnosed as psoriasis. And because of this, suddenly within a month it flared up, all body becomes the flakes, and he went into depression, and his officer sent him back to India and he visited our hospital. So this was at the time of admission when he visited the hospital, and the entire body was this is the timeline, 2012, the case was reported at 2012, and still today in 2022 he is under follow through emails and phone calls, and there is no relapse of the condition. So you can see some patch on the hand that was taken for the biopsy for the confirmation of the psoriasis. Okay, so this patient was admitted in the hospital and underwent for Panchakarma therapy. There was some external therapies, the pouring of medicator liquid on the body, and then he underwent for therapeutic vomiting, and again there was a gap was given, and again therapeutic purgation was given. So total 28 days of therapy, bio-cleansing process was performed in this patient, and you can see the marvelous change within 28 days without any modern medication, allopathic medications, or without any other internal medications. And this case was recorded and published in a index journal also. So all these case reports that I present here is published in various indexed scientific peer-reviewed journals. And after this 28 days, again 1 month of medication was given. After discharge, the patient went to his home, and 1 month medication, a specialized medication was given, and you can see the change. The patient was completely normal. His skin color, tone, everything is maintained, and he was happy, and he went back to US and completed his training, and now he is a licensed pilot, and he is under follow-up for. And we recorded the PASI scoring for the scientific validation, and dermatological quality of life index also was recorded, and from starting before treatment to after treatment and till follow-up, it is normal. Okay. PASI scoring, initially it was 30 because PASI is the psoriasis area severity index, and DLQI is dermatological life quality index. Initially it was 25, and at the end of the therapy it was 0, and it still continues 0. This is the strength of Ayurveda Panchakarma. And the another interesting story is a Vispota kushta, is a vesiculobullous disease. It is generally considered as autoimmune in nature, and there is no medication in the Western biomedicine. So this was a case which is represented in our outpatient department. You can see some of the bullae already broken, and some bullae are still present in the finger toes and all. The patient was undergone some external therapies. You can see the timeline also, and the patient was undergone some external therapies with the decoctions, herbal decoctions, and then underwent the therapeutic purgation in this patient. So after 15 days, this was the condition. All the bullae were removed from the body, and the patient was normal. So previously, before admission, before coming to our hospital, she was underwent some of the modern medication, even underwent for steroid therapy, and at the time of therapy it subsides, but again there will be relapse when she stops the therapy. But after this Panchakarma therapy, till now the patient is normal, there is no relapse of the condition at all. So this also published in the International Journal of Complementary and Integrative Medicine. So this is another case report, which is keratosis pilaris. Many of us may be having this condition. There is some keratogenous eruptions over the sides of the upper arm. Generally in males we can see, but it is not troublesome in general. But sometimes what happens is, when it becomes aggravated, that becomes pustular and causes more eruption, and sometimes it is painful and causes itching. In such conditions, that is becomes difficult to manage, and there is no medication in the allopathy. So the patient approached the hospital, and he also underwent the Panchakarma therapy, the therapeutic purgation, and the external therapies. So these were the before treatment, and the therapies what we performed, and this is also published, and it is available in the public domain in the internet. So after the therapy, the first treatment, 2 sittings were done for the therapies. So this was under the second treatment. So another important thing is erythrodermic psoriasis. Erythrodermic psoriasis is one of the very difficult to treat condition, where the reddish eruptions or the patches over the body is seen. So generally these conditions, even it is difficult with the Ayurvedic medications, but this was a very interesting case where the young boy was affected with the erythrodermic psoriasis, reddish papular eruptions all over the body with a severe itching and burning sensation, and he underwent the therapy for the hospital. Again, the Panchakarma therapy, the timeline is given, and internal medications was administered. All are herbal medications in the form of decoctions, or in the form of tablets, or in the form of medicated powders. So this was after the first treatment. He underwent 2 sittings of therapy in different time intervals. So this was after the first treatment, and this was after the second therapy. So this patient is also under follow-up, and now they are not taking at all any medications, but only with some proper lifestyle follow-up. And these are some of the other conditions, eczema, severe wet eczemas, and treated. And the plantar psoriasis, with the help of Panchakarma, we can see the changes within 15 days of therapy. This was also published in the journals. And this is another important area, the Kaya Kalpa, one of the specialized or customized medicine administration method, which is mentioned in the Ayurvedic textbooks. Kaya Kalpa means the patient gets rejuvenated after the therapy. So in the Ayurvedic ancient text, it is mentioned that after taking the medicine, the patient becomes young. The older person who takes these Kaya Kalpa medications becomes young and becomes with new teeth, eruptions, etc. are seen. But this is a trial of Kaya Kalpa which is performed in a psoriasis patient, and he was a martial art practitioner, and psoriasis was there, thick elephant-like skin was all over the body. He underwent the Panchakarma purification therapy around 2-3 times, and after that, at the end, I suggested for the Kaya Kalpa or the Rasayana therapy, and he was kept in a closed room for around 15 days without contact with the external world. And during the process of this skin disease, he lost all his body hairs, and after these 15 days of Kaya Kalpa therapy, his body skin color changes, and it was become almost normal in the upper part, and he started to get the body hairs also. Okay. So these are some of the conditions. I will skip this because of the lack of time. And coming to what is the strength of Ayurveda? Ayurveda plays a strength in the chronic diseases, treatment of the chronic diseases. Ayurveda offers various therapeutical interventions for the treatment of various chronic diseases, non-communicable diseases like diabetes, obesity, neuromuscular diseases, neurodegenerative conditions like multiple sclerosis, etc. So, I think the slide is changed. Is it possible to put the last slide? No, I think the presentation you put is different. So, okay. So Ayurveda offers a wide range of therapeutical interventions, including Panchakarma therapies, diet and lifestyle consultation, yoga therapy, and customized meditative techniques, and various kinds of external administration of the medicines, pouring of medications, liquid medications, or applications of oil, etc. So, when considering the strength of Ayurveda, Ayurveda can offer a lot of strength to the treatment of various chronic diseases, non-communicable diseases, and many autoimmune conditions. Because I have shown the psoriasis as one of the non-autoimmune diseases which can be effectively treated with Ayurveda. Similarly, we offer the treatment for various other autoimmune conditions like Parkinsonism or multiple sclerosis, etc., etc. Okay. So, with this presentation, I like to conclude the presentation, thanking the organizers for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to present in front of you to showcase the strength of Ayurveda, and wishing you Hitayu and Sukhayu. Hitayu is a person is happy and healthy for himself. At the same time, I wish you Sukhayu also, productive and beneficial for the society, nation, and to the world. That is why the Indian tradition always says, Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. The entire world become happy and healthy. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. That was really graphic and inspiring and very attractive photos that we have seen. And now is the time for our third panelist. She's adaptive and visionary leader with 19 plus years of cross-cultural experience in the Assam civil services, drawn from land and revenue administration, social sector, health, agriculture, public distribution system, rural development, etc. She's inspired to bridge ideation, inspire trust, while leading a team to achieve set objectives. Her beliefs are in working collaboratively across the private, public, and non-profit sector. She's Joint Secretary to the Government of Assam Health and Family Welfare, Director of Ayush Assam. Dear Ms. Indranoshi Das, welcome.
Namaste, Namaskar. Mr. Vladimir Mozetic, President of the Kvarner Health Tourism Cluster, His Excellency Mr. Rajkumar Srivastava, all the esteemed officials representing the county, the Ministry of Tourism and Sports, and the Ministry of Health, Republic of Croatia, the esteemed speakers, the esteemed participants, the technical support team present here, the organizers, the sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Dobar dan, a very good afternoon. I will be presenting on yoga and wellness in the backdrop of medical tourism in the state of Assam, India. So Ayush, or Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and Sovarikpa, and homeopathy. Basically, Ayush is an acronym for all of these. So Ayurveda is something which deals with the ancient Indian medicine. I'll be speaking more on yoga, naturopathy, Unani, little bit about Siddha and Sovarikpa, and homeopathy, which are the tenets of Ayush. Ayush, as we all know, is a holistic approach towards healthcare, and it has a history of 5,000 years. In fact, Ayurveda has a history of more than 5,000 years in India. Why is it important? Why Ayurveda? Because it is an ancient wisdom for health, longevity, and spiritual growth. It has an ancient root, as I just mentioned, and it is even mentioned in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. These are the 8 branches of the traditional medicine under Ashtanga Ayurveda. That is the general medicine, the surgical procedures, dentistry, pediatrics, gynae, psychiatry, medical health, toxicology, epidemic management, geriatrics, eugenics. Next, we come to naturopathy. What is naturopathy? It's a universal approach to natural healing and health preservation. It is cost effective, it is non-pharmacological, and it has a lot to do with healthy lifestyle and healthy living. Unani. Unani is traced back in Greece to global acceptance. It is globally adopted all over the world. Siddha. Siddha is an ancient healing system for wellness and longevity. It deals with the different types of treatment, and again, it dates back to history. It is a holistic healthcare with trust on prevention, promotion, cure, rejuvenation, and rehabilitation as well. The essence of Siddha is attaining perfection, bliss. Homeopathy. Homeopathy is also an ancient system of Indian medicine, and it came to India in 1810 through the European missionaries. Now about the Ministry of Ayush. When it comes down to healthcare systems in India, there are primarily 2 ministries that look after it. One is the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and the other ministry is the Ministry of Ayush, again under the Government of India. So the Ministry of Ayush, it dates back to 1995 when it was previously known as the Department of Indian System of Medicine and Homeopathy. It was renamed as the Department of Ayush in November 2003. The Ministry of Ayush was established on the 9th of November 2014. The National Ayush Mission, what it entails, it is a cost-effective service. It involves all the other facilities and the healthcare centers. The trust is on upgrading the state pharmacies and drug testing facilities, providing medicinal plant cultivation support, and promoting marketing development and cluster cultivation. Objective of Ayush is to promote the various systems of Ayush, as I just mentioned. The aim is to make it prominent in healthcare, ensure cost effectiveness and equitable access, not just in the country of India, but in the entire world. I would just like to touch upon the international presence of Ayush. The presence of Ayush is in more than 50 countries all around the world. MOUs were signed with 25 countries. In the international forum, our presence is very much there with all these organizations, as can be seen in the slide. We have the Honorable Prime Minister of India in the slide, who had signed the MOU with the WHO. This is the Traditional Medicine Global Summit, which was held in 2023, which was organized by the World Health Organization and was co-hosted by the Ministry of Ayush in Gujarat. An agreement was signed between the WHO and the Ministry of Ayush. Little bit about the Ayush systems in the state of Assam. Assam is one of the 28 states of the country. India has 28 states and 8 union territories. Assam is one of the 28 states. So our office, or the establishment, was started in the year 2012. We have different institutions under the ambit of Ayush in the state of Assam. We have our presence in the district hospitals, we have our presence in the primary healthcare centers, in the mini primary healthcare centers, in the district hospitals, and in the state dispensaries as well. We have the drug testing laboratories, we have the state licensing authorities, and we have a state enforcement mechanism as well. We have a number of Ayush doctors working tirelessly all across the state in different health institutions. These are some of the initiatives, the programs which from our state we have undertaken. We have the public health outreach program where our focus is on a targeted population. We have this Ayurveda program, which is for students attending different schools of the primary and the upper primary sections. We have a mobile medical unit that is being run in 7 districts. And we have this program called the Supraja, which is basically for the pregnant women to encourage them for a safe delivery and the use of the right diet and the right food during the entire course of pregnancy. Now I will focus on yoga, which is, as we all know and would believe, is a prerequisite for wellness and good health. What actually is yoga? Yoga is a gift. It's a gift of ancient Indian tradition which embodies the unity of the mind and the body. Yoga also brings harmony in all walks of life and is known for disease prevention, for health promotion. The salient features of yoga: it is spiritual, it is philosophical. Yoga is a science. Yoga is also an art. It brings harmony, and the yogic practices, as we all would believe, are mind-centric. Fundamentals of yoga: mind, energy, intelligence, body. What are the 8 limbs? The 8 limbs are: the first limb is self-realization, restraint, observances, postures, breath regulation or pranayama, withdrawal of senses, concentration, meditation. These are the different benefits of yoga. We have yoga and wellness centers in different places of the state, and more so in the district jails. This is another scheme of the state, Jivadhara, which is for the children with special needs or the differently able children. I would like to quickly touch upon the state of Assam because this conference is all about tourism as well. So I'll quickly take you all to the state. Assam is the gateway to the northeast. This is where my state is, Assam. Kaziranga National Park is in the state of Assam, known for wildlife tourism. We have tea and golf tourism, tea heritage bungalows, pilgrimage sites, heritage tourism, fairs and festivals, adventure tourism, river tourism. This is what we believe in promoting medical tourism, because we have a cost-effective healthcare, we have quality healthcare facilities, we have specialized medical services, we have skilled medical professionals. We have wellness and rejuvenation. Assam has the world's riverine, the largest riverine island that is called Majuli. And a lot of other beautiful places are there. So wellness and rejuvenation, when we talk about it, Assam would feature first. But then I would like to mention here that I'm just representing a state. All our states will have a story to tell because India is known for the beauty and the diversity. So I will end here and I'll begin this a small documentary, a journey of a lady from London to the Northeast.
Sometimes, in the hustle of life, we forget to live. We forget to calm down. We forget to think. We forget to care for ourselves. Why? Come, step out. For here is rest. Walk in the woods and breathe the wild air. Where nature will always surprise you. Feel the love. Let your heart rejoice. Soak yourself in the echo of the past. Wrap yourself in the beautiful works of those hands. Let culture widen your mind and spirit, and the smiles melt your heart. Let the food nourish your soul. Let the restful old river reveal its secrets and renew your spirits.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm waiting for a second. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Das, for bringing us to this spirit to India. It's really nice and colorful and soul healing, but now we have to come back to reality because it's the time for our panel session. So I'm kindly ask all of our panelists and lecturers who were supposed to be in this panel to join me here on stage and take their seats. Dr. Das, you can come here also. Yeah, and you too. Sharma and Dr. Ratz. And I won't be leading this panel discussion, but Mr. Ivan Rendulic, who is here somewhere. Yeah, please take a seat, take your position. And Mr. Rendulic is also here. You will lead the discussion. You have 30 minutes sharp for the discussion, and have a nice time. Good luck, and we are looking forward to your thesis.
Thank you, Ida, and don't worry, I know that lunch is coming, so we'll make sure that we're in time. And I would like to thank my speakers and Your Excellency for giving us the introduction into these topics like Panchakarma, Ayurveda, yoga, and forest therapy. For me personally, it's something new. I'm not so much familiar with these treatments, and I have a lot of questions regarding it, and I'm sure that we have a lot of people in the audience with similar questions. So let's just immediately jump into it. And I would like to start with Professor Ratz. There is a saying which says that endorsement of unproven treatments creates a mockery of evidence-based medicine. So where do we stand in regards of that in terms of forest therapy and specific methods like Shinrin-yoku?
Yeah. I said in my lesson that Shinrin-yoku has been established as a discipline 40 years ago, and about 20 years ago it has been a lot of medical research under the Medical School University of Tokyo, where it all has started, and I have seen more than 2,000 already published papers about the potential health effects of Shinrin-yoku. But when you when you analyze all this from the evidence-based medicine point, then what we are doing is we are doing meta-analysis and systematic reviews, and then there is systematic review of systematic reviews, what is called umbrella review. So when you put all this, what has been published through various filters, where you try to see is methodology described properly, what about the therapeutic group, is there a control group, is it possible to replicate what has been published, various things. Then you will come to maybe 5% of the papers that can be just under the evidence-based medicine as it is seen from the Western point of view. Maybe it's not a lot, but what is, it is a basis for future research that we have to do in our Western society that will include much bigger sample groups, because all what has until now been published are very small groups of volunteers. Small group means 20 to 30. Very often they are self-control group. That means they are measured before the treatment and after the treatment. But what we really need is complete control group where each member is somehow paired with the member in the therapeutic group, and then we can really see what the results real are. But this is when we are speaking about forest therapy and forest medicine. When we are speaking about forest bath and forest bath therapy, then we can only measure the level of satisfaction of people before and after going to forest bath, what is usually held for 2 nights, 3 days. And then when you measure this, you will find out that most of the participants are very satisfied with the psychological outcomes of being in the woods for such a period. So what I think that we should initiate here in Western society are real, well-based, organized trials to see can we replicate the very good results that you can find in Japanese and in Eastern culture, because as I have said at the beginning of my lesson, it is not the same how Japanese people, where it has all started, are appreciating the woods and what we in the Western society think about the wood. For them, it is like going to sanctuary, it's going to shrine, it's going to church, let's say it in a very simplified way. For us, it is still going to the woods, because in Western society we have lost all other meanings of being in nature, all other connections that humans have with non-human beings, what the trees are. They are not just the resource for economic growth of the society, they are much more. I really believe that we are all members of one big society of beings that are belonging to nature, and that for me, going back to nature, going back to woods, it's much more than just easy walking in a park or in a wood somewhere near the city. So if we take away this sacred part of going to woods, what is somehow connected with all those researches that have been done in Japan, we have to see what we left when we just go there as us as Western people are going there. Another thing what we also have to try to see, is there a forest therapy without the forest? Because there has been published various papers with the virtual intelligence, with the artificial intelligence, putting the images of woods to participants, and the results were also very good. They were not equal like personally going to wood, but they were much better than small control groups that have been underdoing the same exercise in an urban environment. So if we can manage the same therapeutic results with just the images of the woods, sound of the wood, smell of the wood, but without going back to wood, then we can see how we can apply this in our hospital environment, because it has also been proved that the ill people who are in a path of recovery in hospital rooms with a view to the nature, to the park, to the woods, to trees, have much faster and better recovery than those who are just viewing into another building. So there are a lot of potential questions that we can try to figure out what we can see from the Western point of view.
So forest therapy is basically escaping from technology, but let's be honest, we cannot escape from technology. We need to find ways how we can integrate one into the another and use the benefits of both. Now, Dr. Sharma, thank you for your presentation, and you showed us there the effects of Ayurveda specifically on treatment of psoriasis, which is a very difficult autoimmune disease. But something that I'm not familiar with is the principles of Ayurveda, and is it more like medicine application-based treatment? Is it more on a psychological-based treatment? Is it more physical-based treatment? So what are the principles of Ayurveda, and how does it fit into conservative or modern medicine, as we would call it?
Thank you, Ivan, for the wonderful question. The Ayurveda, as I mentioned, it is one of the oldest tradition of the codified medicines. Codified in the sense it is documented and it is having a very strong theoretical and philosophical background also. Unlike the other intuitive medicines, in the many of the around 170 traditional medicines have been identified by the World Health Organization till now, and they are registered in the WHO also. But unlike all the other traditional medicines, Ayurveda is having a very scientific background based on the philosophy and also a strong theory. So Ayurveda says that, as our Honorable Ambassador Sir mentioned, the 3 basic principles and 5 basic elements. So the 5 basic elements are the Pancha Mahabhuta, and the 3 basic principles are the Vata, Pitta and Kapha. Okay, so based on these 3 principles, we can analyze the changes which is happening to the body, either in the form of physiologically or pathologically. Okay, so for example, Vata is considered as the movements, whatever things moving inside the body, because it is main element involved in this, the air. So the neurological, any changes which is related with the neurological involvement is considered as Vata, and joint related movements, joint related pathologies are considered related with Vata, and anything related with the digestion, metabolism, hormonal changes are considered related with the Pitta, and the liquids or the blood, lymph, the immunity, the strength, stamina, etc. are related with the Kapha. Okay, so any imbalance in the combination of these 3 factors causes the disease, and when they are in balanced state, it is considered as the health. So this is the basic principles of Ayurveda, which is based on this we analyze each and every disease. So that is why while we check the pulse or the nadi, we call it as nadi, with the 3 fingers, we analyze the minute changes which is happening to the body based on the variations of this Vata, Pitta and Kapha. Throughout the day, based on the circadian rhythm, recently maybe in the previous years, the Nobel Prize for Medicine was awarded to the study related with circadian rhythm. But Ayurveda, since many years, since the inception of its Ayurvedic sciences, they were known to the changes which is happening to the human body based on the circadian rhythm or the biological clock, we can say. So for example, in the morning, the doshic predominance in the body will be different, and when it comes to the noon time, the doshic predominance, the Vata, Pitta, presence of Vata, Pitta, Kapha in the body will be different. And when it comes to the evening, that will be different. Even in the child, the dosha predominance will be different. When he grows up to the middle age, dosha predominance changes. When he becomes old age, his dosha predominance different. For example, in child, the Kapha, Kapha dosha will be more predominant in nature. And when he becomes middle age, the Pitta will be more predominant in nature. And when he becomes old age, the Vata will be predominant. So that is why in the old age, generally the joint related issues or neurological disorders are more prevalent in the old age because of the presence or the derangement of Vata, which is more seen in the old age. Okay, so in a normal person, the predominance of dosha are identified and they are considered as body constitution. Vata constitution, Pitta constitution and Kapha constitution. If you see the person sitting in this group in the hall, we can classify the persons into these 3 groups. The persons with the Vata predominance, the persons with Pitta predominance and persons with Kapha predominance. Persons with Vata predominance, for example, a simple thing we can see, they will not sit ideally, they will be moving around, chit-chatting and all. The persons with the Pitta predominance, they will be very fast in nature, gets angry suddenly and emotionally very unstable kind of thing, and their hunger, appetite, etc. will be very strong. The persons with Kapha predominance, their memory is very strong, they are good listeners, they will sit, if he sit in a chair morning, he will leave only in the afternoon after the session finishes. This is the nature of the Kapha predominance. So you analyze yours, this is a simple thing, there are many other points also we can analyze to understand the body constitution. So I would like to say that Ayurveda is based on the very strong theoretical aspect. Based on that, we analyze each and every individual, and based on that, we analyze the pathological changes which is happening to each and every individual, and then we select the therapeutics or the medications or the lifestyle very much personalized.
So if I understand correctly, Ayurveda is not a one-off activity or one-off treatment. It's more of like a lifestyle principle that you apply, from the morning until the evening, which includes so many different things and which can be followed throughout your entire life.
Yes. So Ayurveda first teaches dinacharya. Dinacharya means daily routines. What a person has to do in one's own life. So in that first says Brahme Muhurte Uttishte. One has to wake up early in the morning to keep him healthy. And first thing what we have to do when we wake up early in the morning, now we are doing just checking the WhatsApp status, right? It's not the right thing to do. First you wake up early in the morning, first thing you have to do is think about your body. Think your own body, about your own body. What is the status of my body? Whether I am feeling healthy, whether my digestion is taken place properly, whether I feel to evacuate today or anything, some heaviness is there or not. So think about your own body. Now we don't have time to think about our own self. That is the main problem. So there are three things in general which causes the diseases: hurry, curry, and worry. Hurry, of course, stress. Everybody is in a hurry. We need to do all the things within our short span of time. And then is curry, the food. Whatever food you take, that decides your life. That decides your health. And worry, the mental stress. So all are stressed nowadays. Maybe stress of engaging in some activities, stress of utilizing the new gadgets, stress of involving in the society. Many stresses are job-related stress. So we have to understand this, and Ayurveda teaches how to live in a healthy life. Since morning, once you wake up, since the till the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Das, so you mentioned yoga. So how can we integrate yoga into modern lifestyle and, let's say, modern healthcare even, to benefit, for example, mental health and personal well-being?
Thank you, for the question. Very important. In fact, in my presentation, I did mention about yoga being an integral part of the jail inmates, which is very important again, because when it comes down to yoga, it's about the mental upliftment. And of course, the well-being part is there. Definitely, yes, and insofar as yoga is concerned, you'll be glad to know in many of the schools way back, the state I belong to, yoga has been made a part of the school curriculum. So the morning starts with yoga, and in fact, in all the training programs which we attend, yoga is mandatory. You have to go through the process, because it's about the upliftment and the well-being of a person, which is so important. Two things I mentioned in the presentation. One is the yoga among the jail inmates, and the second thing which I mentioned is about the use of yoga among the special kids, the special children. And with this, they grow up, and the mental level they reach is again of a different standard. And with that, in fact, they are able to do their routine activities in a more balanced manner. And so I would say, yes, I mean, in today's world, yoga is very much a part of the, the entire, the cosmos. And in fact, from the point of view of the government of India or the government of the state, every effort is being taken to move, I mean, to take the ideals of yoga to a different platform altogether, starting from the schools. Thank you.
Now, considering Ayurveda and yoga, how significant is it for the health tourism industry, specifically in India? Do you see it as an important driver for the industry in the future, and what's the situation today?
Yes, I would like to first begin with a state known as Kerala. Kerala is a beautiful state of India, and Kerala is known for Ayurveda. As I mentioned, each state will have a story to tell, and the roots of yoga, Dr. Sharma is from Kerala, and the roots of Ayurveda started in the state of Kerala. And insofar as tourism is concerned, you all would agree with me perhaps that the tourists visit there for Ayurvedic sessions and for Ayurveda. And each state is unique. In the state of Kerala, the trust is more on Ayurveda because Kerala is a beautiful state. It has a lot of tourist destinations. So this combination of Ayurveda and tourism, basically the medical tourism, it is very much there in the state of Kerala. It's very much a part of us. It's very much a part of our culture.
Dr. Sharma, how do you see?
May I add upon?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So regarding the tourism opportunities of Ayurveda and Panchakarma associated with yoga, along with yoga, is very huge. Because, as I mentioned, Ayurveda is not a medical science. Nowadays, the prevailing system which is present in the entire world is the medical system, not the healthcare system. That is the entire difference between two thought process. So Ayurveda propagates the healthcare system. So how to live an individual can lead a healthy life. So that is the main core of Ayurveda. So that is the three parameters which is propagated by Ayurveda is first is the prevention, promotion of health, and then last comes the curation of the diseases. Okay. Preventive aspects in the sense if you want to live a healthy life, we need to follow some of the regimes in your day-to-day life. So it includes the lifestyle counseling, which where the yogic practices, daily routine yogic practices are coming, daily regimes which is mentioned, the food habits which is included, the code of conduct, that is also very essential. So we call it as sadvritta, the code of conduct, how one should live in a society, what all of the code of conduct should be adopted. And then comes the seasonal Panchakarma procedures also. The seasonal purification of the body. Even a healthy individual can undergo the Panchakarma procedures. Not only the disease condition as I shown in the earlier presentation. The person who had skin disease underwent Panchakarma and became normal. Similarly, a healthy individual, based on his lifestyle, during the particular seasons, can undergo Panchakarma procedures. For example, in the month of February, March, we call it as the spring, Vasanta Ritu, or the spring season, where kapha will be more predominant during that period. The person has to undergo the vomiting therapy, therapeutic vomiting, so that the body will be cleansed, and for the next 1 year, he will not be affected with any sort of respiratory illnesses. Similarly, during the autumn, that is in India it comes around the October, November, now it is going on there. So the persons can undergo the purgation therapy. A healthy individual can undergo the purgation therapy so that next 1 year till the next autumn, he will not be affected with any sort of digestion related issues or the skin related issues because this is predominant with Pitta. The Pitta can be eliminated. So apart from that, there are many sort of external therapies are available. The Ayurvedic massage is there, the Shirodhara procedures are there. For keeping in view of wellness, there are a lot of customized therapeutical interventions are there with Ayurveda. So keeping in this mind, Ministry of Ayush has established around 12,000 Ayush wellness centers in the entire country. 12,000 Ayush wellness centers. So these centers offers the relaxation therapies or the lifestyle management therapies or lifestyle counseling, etc., or diet and yoga counseling, yoga consultation, etc., to the needy persons. And recently we have started a wellness center, All India Institute of Ayurveda, taken the collaboration with the world's largest statue. You know what is that? Largest statue in the world?
What is it?
What is that? Which is that? Now it is Statue of Unity, which is located in the Gujarat, the state of India, Kvarner. So in this Statue of Unity, we have started a Panchakarma Wellness Center. There is a Arogyavan. Arogya means the health. One means forest. Arogyavan, health forest, which is there in the Kevadia, in the Statue of Unity. We have recently started a Panchakarma Wellness Center in the Arogyavan also, for keeping in this the same thought process. Thank you.
Just to add on to what Dr. Sharma just mentioned is about this 5-minute yoga break. There is a 5-minute yoga break in offices, and that has been started by the Ministry of Ayush. Thank you.
Do we have it planned for tomorrow or today maybe?
Yes, we can, and I have the video, so I'll
Okay.
definitely share.
So tomorrow before the program, we start with the yoga. Now, Professor Rac, if I Google Shinrin Yoku in Croatia, I will find a lot of materials. I will even find some programs for Shinrin Yoku in Croatia, but who has authorized this? Who has regulated these programs? I mean, it's already somehow happening. So can we speak a little bit about, are these people offering some authorized guides, certified in this, or what's the situation?
Yeah, at this moment we have just begin with the introduction of Shinrin Yoku in Croatia, and organized education is offered in Japan and it is offered in the United States under the INAFT, Association of Natural and Forest Therapists. As far as I know, only few persons have finished those organized education, and also what I have also seen, there are several offers by people who don't have any medical education or they don't have any forest medicine, forest therapy, or at least Shinrin Yoku education. There is no body, there is still no any body in Croatia that is offering the organized education, but we as a forest, Power of Forest Society are trying to establish this with the Zdravstveno veleučilište, what is University of Applied Health Sciences, where we are educating physiotherapists, nurses, and other non-medical, but not medical doctor, but other staff. So we think we will be able to offer the organized 6 months course very soon. What we have to know in mind that we are not just thinking in Shinrin Yoku about just walking in the woods. We are speaking about proved medical health outcomes of going out. So you don't know who is coming to your tour. You don't know what he's bringing with himself. And I think it's very important that we at least have somebody who is capable to deal with what can turn out when people face with themselves, when they are meeting themselves and going back to themselves after they have awaked their 5 senses. So I think the regulation is very important, and it has to be independent body on the level of Ministry of Health or whatever, but it cannot be just led to the to tourism sector to offer this as cycling or fishing or climbing or something else, because this is something that really deals with health. And another thing what we have to also develop here is the certification of this therapeutic path, what we don't have. We have to find what will be the guidelines. Those guidelines have to be accepted by, I think, some regulation body that should consist of people from Ministry of Health, Ministry of Forestry, and then we can upon previously based rules see what can or what cannot be the therapeutic path. For example, in Austria you have just one. In Germany, you have 2 certification bodies. One is in Munich, another one is on the north of the Germany, and they still together cannot make the one guideline for the whole Germany because the philosophy is different. One philosophy is that when you're going to the woods for Shinrin Yoku, you need nature woods. That means woods that has not been influenced by the artificial human adoption for forest therapy, that just to be nature as it is. And another one is that it has to be prepared just as a part of the touristic offer in touristic destination. So we have to see what we are going to do. Are we going to do it as just part of touristic offer, or we are just going to put it on a bigger level, higher level, then it will be part of regenerative medicine, what I think it is necessary, because the real health effects are proved and they are obvious.
Now, Professor Rac, you're familiar with the medical offer in Croatia and our, for example, treatment centers which are based on using natural treatments. How do you see the potential of combining, for example, Ayurveda and our existing treatment centers, like our Thalassotherapy centers, centers using geothermal water? How do you see, from your point of view, this working together in the future?
I think there are a lot of potential, because what we now can see in those medical centers across Croatia, there are some connections with Chinese medicine. And the Chinese doctors from Chinese traditional medicine are already coming and already helping to cure patients. Ayurveda is something newer or not discovered still for Croatian medical system, but I think it is system that has been proved for thousands of years with medical schools, with so many scientific proofs, that what we have also seen today on those pictures, that I am, as a medical doctor, really astonished with the fast results what professor has done in his dermatological sector. So I think we have to offer the big and fruitful cooperation between universities in India and universities, medical schools or universities in Croatia, and bring them university clinics, and just to put Ayurveda doctors as a part of medical team and try to see together where they can help together, because the most important is patient, not the system that is offered. The results are the most important, and the Ayurveda is obviously giving very, very good results.
So I think we can all agree that Ayurveda and forest therapy is not a risk to the modern healthcare. It's just like an addition. It works together and can just help to improve the healthcare for the patients, which is
forest medicine, forest therapy is something part of complementary medicine.
Yeah.
Ayurveda is not alternative or complementary medicine. It is a medicine. It is no matter is it complementary or alternative. It is just unique system that can be applied and combined with our Western system, but it is not part of CAM. It is something what is really proved and what works completely in Indian society.
Good. So now I know that we are, close to lunch. So as my grandmother say, lunch is not good when it gets cold. So I would just like to turn now to the audience to see if we have any questions regarding any of these topics for our speakers. No. So I think this is the proof that everybody's hungry. Yes, Your Excellency.
Yeah, the microphone is
There's
coming.
a mic coming.
It's not a question. I just thought that since there is no question, I will just share some ideas about how we all do yoga in our life without knowing. So you would have heard the word called emotional intelligence. There is a whole industry running on this word, writing books, doing PowerPoint presentations, explaining in management classes. Emotional intelligence is very important for the CEOs to run the company better. You know it better. Emotional intelligence is nothing but understanding there is a universe within and there is a universe without. And if you are aware about it and you can connect the two, that is yoga. Yoga is all about unity. So if you understand this concept of yoga, that ultimately when you close your eyes, you are actually connecting with the universe, you are improving your emotional intelligence. So you pay the whole amount of money to that conference that you attend on emotional intelligence, but you don't know yoga because you have never been told that emotional intelligence is yoga. Second, mindfulness. Mindfulness is a huge industry in America and Europe, where people tell you in the classroom, you should be mindful about when you are eating food. But it is all about connecting with the nature. The 5 elements that are there in the food and the 5 elements that are there inside you are interacting. If you are aware about it, it is mindfulness. But you will pay for mindfulness conferences, for seminars, but you don't know that you are actually doing yoga. Third thing, ego. Everybody talks about if you want to succeed in life, in your family, you have to control your ego. When you do yoga, the first thing you control is your ego, because yoga is all about awareness, action, and abandonment. You abandon yourself as an observer, because this body is a tool given to you. You are larger than this body. This is the awareness that comes from doing yoga. So you control your ego, you become mindfulness, and you understand emotional intelligence. So everybody of all in this planet do yoga, but they don't know they are actually doing yoga. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much also, Mr. Ambassador, for your approach, psychological approach. And thank you, our dear panelists and the moderator. It was really brilliant. You have anything more to add, maybe?
Well, I wanted to add one more thing that we had the discussion of potential working with our friends regarding Ayurveda and yoga. And I'm sure that there's something that we can offer to India also, although we're a slightly smaller country than India. I had the privilege in March attending the ITB Berlin conference, and together with some doctors from India. And we were visiting a rehabilitation center in Berlin for post-operative rehabilitation, specifically after trauma and orthopedic surgery. And my colleagues from India mentioned that there are not such centers specialized in India for post-operative rehabilitation, specifically for orthopedics. So I think this is something that maybe we can also offer to Indian patients. So to our friends from Selce and other orthopedic centers, that maybe there's something that we can work on together there.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Igor. You see the conference, the results, some networking and a new project. It's really nice to see. Thank you so much. Now the lunch is served, and see you tomorrow. Also the online participants, see you tomorrow sharp at 10. Don't be late. And I have several information more to give you. I also remind you that after lunch there will be destination tour by boat. That is on exactly at 3 o'clock. Please, we're going to meet in front of the hotel and we go by boat. The boat cruise lasts for 1 hour and a half, and you have enough time to prepare for the dinner party, Grand Estate Winery in Selce. We go there by bus, and the meeting point is in front of the